Why, hello. Happy Sunday. Had to think about that one for a half second. My days are all jumbly wumbly. Okay, so we were, just get all this fired up. We were working on getting this map stuff, this UI stuff in order. And it's fine. That's fine. All right. So we're also going to need to get some terminals. This over here. Get you broken out and detached so that we can have one to run and one to run get from. Okay. You can go over here for now. All right, so we got a delete. We need to fix this up. We're going to also need, we want an add button here. Probably not. We want to add connections from the rooms, I think. Like, we can edit them from here. We can remove them from here. I have to think about that a little bit. But we need to fix this up. And we also need to fix up we need to get connections displaying in here, right? And this is going to need to have the ability to add them here. Because if you're in, room 3.3, we want to be able to connect to anything adjacent, or, we'll need to add the notion of special connections. It's possible to do them. It's just we need to make the map aware of such a thing, and then we'll have to add it to the editor. But that can be a separate job, a separate task. This is just for, getting the basic functionality in place. So let's do this first, because I think I'm reasonably happy with this. For now. This we're going to think about, because this gets automatically set, and it probably shouldn't when we connect the map. We'll have to think about that, but that might be another task as well. For now, let's get this into some sort of better and more usable state. So we need to have a couple different cases. If there's not one, then we probably just want like a no skill specified or something like that text box, just to say, hey, this is where it would be. And then probably like an add button. And then we'll need to rework this form, right? Because it's just driven off of the struct. But this, like, that's nonsense, right? It's because it's an ID. We need to get that somehow translated We might just do like a temporary placeholder, maybe. We'll have to think about that a little bit too, because we don't have skill editing in yet, right? It is on our list, but for right meow, it's still a thing. And also templates for our rooms and connections. But that's all future. Right meow, let's fix this up. Let's get this into a good state, because this is going to have, we want it to look correct here so that we can kind of evaluate how this looks, I think. So let's do that. Let's play with this idea. Get you over here for right meow, just so I have a visual reference still open. Ideally without hiding chat. There we go. Okay. So our edit bar, selected connection here. This gets, we're done with this for now. This gets set to connection tile wrapper. It happens when we do this, I believe. Transit update data, yeah, that's where this gets built, and it's done by the direction. Okay, that's all fine. This, I think we need something like this. We want to go, we want this to be based on, we ultimately want this to display as strings, but we're going to want to drop, let's take a look at how Cogent wants us to do full screen, thank you. A selector menu, right? A chooser, maybe? Yes. Yes. So this is probably going to have to be some kind of, let's see here. Okay. It's probably going to have to be some kind of a struct, right? How do we tie this to... We tie it to this. But... Maybe chooser item has some way to put more info. Okay, value and text. Okay. So that does make sense. So if you make the value the ID, then I think we're golden. And then the text is the... So we need a... editor, map editor. Let's do... skill editor. And then something like this. And this is going to look an awful lot like this, except... Well, no, that's not true. It's going to need to launch from our main, right? It's going to be a pager in here. We have an editor struct. This is map widget. This is edit bar. Yeah, it's probably fine here. So this will need to build so how do I want to query that for the list of skills, but I want to cache it, right? I don't want to do it every time I open this. I want to it'll have to be part of this, right? Where we load, put it into here. We can't have a circular reference. But we could have a we might need to put references to all the different pieces in here. I'm not sure yet. But we could have a way to get so we would need to have like a new sort of like we've done here. And then we can have some temporary stuff here. Probably the parent still. We'll need a logger, I'm sure, eventually. I think that's all we'll need. And then we'll need a logger. Eventually, this will need to get a little bit more complicated, but for now, we can just do what does a skill look like in the server? Hang on one sec here. Let's just do come on. Oh, right. Can't do that. Doesn't return error. That's fine. So skills in the server. Serverland. Where did I put them? I think map is actually the only place that has the idea of a skill just yet. Okay. Character has skills. Game manager has okay, yeah, that's right. Never mind. I lied. Game manager knows about skills. We should probably break skills out. Let's do a quick, it's been a hot second since we made ourselves a card on the old backlog here. It's really a trivial task, right? We just need, it's a control enter. Yes. It's really a trivial task. It's just we don't want to do it as part of this, right? It should be its own unit of work. So, and it shouldn't change anything. It's just it's for visual organization, right? So it's fine. So, skill in character manager land, or not character manager land. Wait, it is. Crap. Probably just want a UUID and a name, right? That makes sense to me for the editor. That way we can Maybe we can reference it by the ID. But this will need to set. I actually think I need to also. Yeah, I said this was game manager. It's not. It's character manager. Just fix that right quick. And this needs a base attribute ID, and an attribute lives here. I'm going to also pull this up. Um, I did it again. I don't want an issue. GitHub. We're not there yet. Don't care about them. There we go. Put that up there. So we'll break these both out just for organization, for reminding ourselves of how things were built, right? So is this truly a skill editor, or yes, we're going to keep the, or do we want to put attributes over there too? Because those kind of go really, really hand in hand, right? Let's do this. Do that. What's a better name for you? Should I call skills and attributes together in a way that's not so wordy, right? Because it wants to rename the package that, which I'm happy to have it the same name as the folder, but just do skills here. We'll do attributes separate because lots of things are going to use this. We're going to want to be able to edit skills and assign them probably like all in one screen, but for code organization, it makes sense to call it skills because the package will be skills as well. Let's do that. This is nil. Skill, because we don't... We're going to want to export these so that other things can use this struct. We're done with that for right this second. Done with that for right this second. Should be done with that. Should be done with that. Probably done with that. Now we can reopen it. This we'll keep because we're kind of referring to it for consistency and remembering what the heck I did. Okay, so the character manager. We have an ID, we have a name. A description, help text. We don't need a value here. Do I want a null here? Yeah. Because we want to be able to support not having it be driven off an attribute, right? If you don't want to. So there's that. What we're going to do here is kind of the same way we've done here, or we used to do here, because now it all lives in the config file, I believe. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. We broke this up too, which is fine and good and dandy. Let's do this. This will be a list of skill. This we're going to want to this because we want to support the idea of changing them on the fly, maybe? Or do we? No. Let's just start with this. This is a list of skills. First one. Do this. And this does have an attribute. We don't have attributes yet, so that's fine. We'll just mock it in like that. For temporary purposes. And then we can do... let's do perception as well, just for fun. So we have at least 2 to select from, right? We can just grab this. Just grab this. That way we have a thing. This will need to change for surezies, but... or do we even care about this just yet? It's fine for now. Because we won't expose this, right? It's just to start with, because we won't have the ability yet to add them. But what we're going to do... fill the fields, logger is L. Let's not even do that. Getting ahead of ourselves. This is just temp skills. Let's spell this correctly for fun. This needs to be a pointer. And then we can just return that. And then later when we add this, we can do all the things we need, hopefully. Let's take a quick step back here, because if we do all that, then we can just push that up as 1, put you back. And then we don't actually need this. No, we do. No. Because we can use this package. Because it shouldn't need to know about the map at all. So instead of this, we do need it to hold this. Because we don't want to expose all of this, right? We just want to name we probably want this to support multiple DCs eventually. For now, we can leave it. It's fine. But future me will want to do that, I think, so that you can say, hey, you need to have this skill, you know, find hidden paths, like a special skill with a lower DC versus like perception with a really high one, right? So you can be specifically good at one thing or better at another. Like that seems like an interesting choice to be able to make, right? Okay, so if we want to do a choose your item, okay. So this probably needs to be we probably want this to be nil if there's nothing in there with the option to add, right? So edit bar will need, which means that no, we create edit bar up here. So that's fine. You can do that. That's fine. New skill editor. It needs a parent. This doesn't need a parent. That will be when it's time for a widget. And actually, you might want to change this to use that sort of a structure as well, or that sort of a pattern, where because this takes an edit bar. Do we want like a map struct? Which you already have, map widget. We would just need to pull out. We'll think about that later. Getting ahead of myself. New skill editor will take out the parent. It just needs log right now. For the placeholder, that's all we need. That. And because we have this, then we can say map UI screen. Map editor, load map, new body, error. If there's an error, center frame, new edit bar. Center frame, loaded map. Yeah, if we give this, if we put the editor itself into like a struct and give that to both of these, that might be cleaner. But for now, we should only need it here. Not here, yeah, edit bar. So if this takes now also as a game map and a skill provider, let's say, which is a skills dot. In fact, I like that more. Well, let's rename you. And then this can be that. And then if this takes that, and then here that. Right? Good. Excellent. Then here we get e dot skill editor, which we rename oh no. Let's try to do that. There we go. That's fine. So now we have access to get skills from here. So when we do this, it's here. But it's actually here. So what we do is we can say for now this will work. We'll want to clean this up though. If it's nil, what we're going to do Hey, thanks for that follow. I really appreciate that. So what we're going to do, just looking here. Probably want to do it's because this is a struct, that's why. So this needs to be we're going to take these out. And then we won't need skill provider here either. Which is good. We'll need to put There's a way to put a form in a form. Are they? Let's do this because we can't just open a new tab because it's a WASM app. We want a form. And struct tags. Embedded fields. I think we can do a form in a form. Form button opens a dialog with a form. I don't want a dialog though. Okay, that's fine. We just need to do something else here. When we apply this, can we do this? All right, I gotta figure out how I want to do this. How do I want? Let me back this up just a second because I think I'm going down the wrong path here. Got things wired up so we can pull the scales out. That's fine. We can create the transit data. And then we go through here. We make sure we filter it down. That's good. We're running off of this. What we need to do when we apply them, let's go back over. Selected transit, updated is this. Can feel like I'm half on the right track here. Set inline. Changes the value of a form. Set struct. But if I want to put this inside a form, no example of that, of course. So perhaps this still needs to be here, but not like this. Or maybe like this. Maybe that's fine. But we hide it from the form. And then we give it a form parent. We do that. Delete container. Delete button. So before the deletes, on change, we do that. Somebody's texting me. We want to do the friends of mine from Pacific Northwest. We need to wire up a new form and then just display it after, right? And then set some stuff here. That'd be fine. And then the on change. Well, no, we don't even need on change because we just need to populate a chooser if it's appropriate, right? And then how do I... Okay. Let's get it working first. And then we can work on prettying up the UI and showing and hiding and all that, right? You might have to do this on the on change here. If we modify the struct on change, we need to also set this, which is fine because this listens to the form. And I don't think that would fire. We can find out. So before the delete container, what we're going to do is do a how do we want to? We want to do Is there a... I think it just takes the first... Set current value. Okay. So... we don't want a... single container for both of them. I don't think. I think we want... one for each. We probably want a styler. For now, we can just leave that. We're going to want a... but it won't even be a form. It's kind of just a widget, right? Needs to return a frame, I believe. And then this looks similar to this, except for it won't be a form. We'll need to do a... okay, this is where we would need... something like that, right? New chooser, off the parent. And then... set items. Can I do... I need to... do a... I need like an add. Guess we can just do this. Chooser, new chooser, add items, adds the given function. Okay, yes. That's what we want. Functions are called before showing the items of the chooser typically used to configure them. So instead of set items, we do this and we say wait, this is add items func. Can I just do... I can build a list of chooser items and do set items. That'll be fine. Which is, I guess, what these are, right? Let's do that instead. It's easier to read, I think. Is this... let's do chooser items is a list of chooser item. Range of valid skills. We can come down and say chooser item. Value is the skill's ID. Text is the skill description. Tooltip. I don't know what that means really yet, but that's fine. We'll leave it for now. So tooltip, we look at their example. I don't think we need... We might want to support tooltips later, but right now I don't think we need that. We don't need an icon for sure yet. And then we say that, like so. And then set items, chooser items. And then, does this make sense? Let me just double check. Set current value. So here's where we say no. Here we just return chooser. And this isn't a core frame. It's a chooser, right? Yes. Because here we can put it into our container. What did I call you? Skill DC widget. And we give you a skill container and the skills. And then we want a quick like a label which to kind of match that. It's just been normal, I think. set text. We do that. And then a chooser. Sets current value. Let's also do up here. Let's do this and give it a default. What if we just leave that blank? I think that's fine. It'll just create zeros, all zeros. Text is maybe just that. And then we append from there. And then down here, we can say if dot spot dc dot skill ID is not that. This will actually be nil. If we do we do need to put you back in. But we can just do this as long as we handle it, I believe. And then this thing can be given value, the value of our chooser should be the dot skill ID. Okay. That's a good start. I've been going for just about an hour, so I'm going to take one quick break, step away, stretch out, all that good stuff. I'll be right back, and we'll probably just run this and see what happens. Might be missing something, but we'll find out. All right, be right back. Let's get that done. Okay, so what we need to do, double check a couple things, and then we'll just run this, see what happens. This item and index to those associated with a given value. I'm not sure that I like that because I don't want it to silently add things that don't exist, right? Um, set placeholder, I think is what we do want. Oh, wait, no. I lied. Because I want this to be hidden if there's nothing set. Set widget value. Is there a way to get... Don't see a way to get the current... maybe that's all we can do for that for now. Okay, let's just try and see what happens. Okay. We need to make this... Did I forget to... I did. But I don't want this to be that. This needs to be the name, not the whatchamadidio, right? So let's do that. So we have something different in there. Skill ID. So the we use description, not name. That's why. Whoops-a-daisy. Let's do that, and we'll relaunch it. And maybe that is actually a good candidate for our tooltip. There we go. We could also do For now, this is probably fine. We do that. Yeah, I like that. So we need to fix this up. That's fine. That's easy enough to do. We need to do... We already have the styler in place. Spot skill container. This is a column, I believe is all we need. There we go. Now we also need to add a counter, a number for it, right? That's fine. That's gonna break this though. Connection, the container can be that. Sure, why not? That. We do that. Because none of our things have anything set yet. That's fine. We'll have to do that later. So we do that, and then we need a... Just do this real quick so that we have another window. What are you called? You're not a spinner, are you? You are a spinner. Okay. So we'll add the chooser. We'll add the spinner. And then if it's not nil, dot value. Sorry, set value. DC. That's a float. Do I have to say a float? Ah, okay. So we do have to set. Okay, that's fine. Set step 1. So if we were to just mock that, we like that. Okay. And then let's pull this out. That way we don't have to... That way it's all the same, right? We change it at the same place and all that. That's, and then we can just do down here. Spot scale row, like so. Make sure we're in the right neighborhood here. Okay. This is not correct. Scale row, container. So put this on the row, not. This goes on container, everything else goes on the row. Beautiful. Loves that. And now let's do let's pull this apart further. And actually, I might just want to wrap this all into this. Because as I think about it, needs a parent, needs a label. Oh, wait, no. I do want this. What if I do this? Maybe that's what I want. This will be I also need this. This is going to become skill container. That. This goes to skill container. Skill row. New frame. Off of skill container. If we do this, we also need which is fine. Now we return skill container, chooser, spinner. We need to rename these two. Skill chooser, skill spinner. And then all of this becomes And then all of this becomes just this. You get transit container, you get that, and then you get skill provider. And then let's do this actually. We'll make you those, so those don't need to change. And then if we don't use this, which we're not, we can just chuck that. And then all of that. If I've done this correctly, this should all just launch the same way. And I'll be happy. Yes. Good. Then we should be able to here, we'll do that. We'll do this. Oop, only one of them, thank you. That should result in a second one for the use. Fantastic. Now, let's have these go ahead and on the X true, yes. On the Y, no. We need that to fix. I suspect this is because, let's take a quickie look. That, this, oh, that does grow. Well, maybe. It's not always true. So let's take our Hey Jazz, how you doing? How's your Sunday going? Well, actually, hang on. This parent for this. I don't want that to be like that. And if we're going to do that, then we would need to constrain the parent that this lives in. And this should expand downward, right? Yes. Like so. Alternatively, we do our edit bar form. Grow is set. Columns is set to 1. But you're set to grow. Form parent also set to grow. Not too shabby. I'm in a better headspace now, I think. I think yesterday I was still it was a long week. And yesterday I was just kind of dragging, still kind of under the storm cloud. Today I'm feeling a little more positive about the world. So that's set to grow. And we do see that it grows in theory. The highlighting is not always correct, as we discovered yesterday. This. Style. Grow is set. It just doesn't grow. It doesn't want to be bigger, which is fine. It just means that let's set you not to grow in the X. You grow in the Y because we need you to be. Ouch, those days suck, but you seem to be in flow today. Yeah, feeling more positive and things are just kind of clicking right along. Okay, that's still. Is it because we put you in the wrong place? Did I mess that up? Form still grows. That's probably why. Well, no, because it should all be. Oh, this got mangled too. Okay, so you do need to grow so that overflow scroll, that's correct. So that grows that nicely. We would need to might have screwed up my order or something like that of where things go. In here, that, this. That's all hunky-dory. It's just you. And if you... If we don't grow you, then I can't justify you. So we would need to do something else. We would need to do parent frame should be the whole thing. Should be all of that, if I'm not mistaken. Create header, parent frame. Yeah. So that's the whole thing. That should absolutely grow. That we don't mess with. This is where we need to fix. So you are the form frame, the form parent. You should be allowed to grow. Now, when we add the form, that gets done in create where does that get? That just gets done here. And then it's in our select or set selected, yeah. Connection you. We set you to grow on the X but not the Y. You are each of these guys, so that makes sense. You should probably grow on the Y though. Well, no. Because we already overflowed scroll, that's fine. That's where I would need to be. Transit container. What if I don't let you grow and I just say, hey, you get to be as big as your content? Let the automagic take over. That hoses that. Okay. Which makes sense because we put you in. Okay, yeah. We would need to edit bar form, set to grow. Set the struct. Do all that. All of that is fine. Delete container. If we do that, then justify is broken, right? Yeah. So we need to constrain this to I don't know that this really makes any sense. When we could just do, well, maybe it does just to kind of keep us scoochied in a little bit. So it all comes up to this, which is the container, which is set to grow. And if we don't grow that, then our this gets all mangled, but the rest of it is pretty good. And then we could actually do away with this probably. So that becomes too much space. Yeah, okay. So this we just need to say to give it like a sane width to start with. So let's do set the min and I have no idea. Oh, why not? And that at 0 should, I believe, just say do whatever. Do the default. Okay. Okay. Let's take a quick look. And then when you go below that, you okay. Scoot that in a little bit. Still not quite enough. Wish there was a better. There probably is a better way to determine this. Okay, we do need to be a little bigger. But that's going to be broken. Is there a... Hmm. I think... I think I had that right the first time. This needs to be able to grow. Because we want it to be... I guess like it has an absolute minimum, which is the form, and then it starts to invoke scroll bar, which is fine. But I much prefer that behavior, and I think that... What if we do this? We take that, and then on this, can I get the width and say, hey, I just want you to be... Not quite, but close. Maybe it's not off of style. Maybe it's something else. Geometry? Size? Sizing data for the widget. Use actual for rendering. geom size. I do this. But that doesn't give me... Yeah, that's not what I want. Okay, what if we just did this and say, great, your max width is 400. That's kind of where we were before. You're overthinking this. Just say, hey, you don't get any bigger than that. You just come in, but I don't hate that. It's all right, I suppose. Doesn't feel right though, but maybe that's just me not being a UI guy. What if we did... Feels like this should just be able to expand, right? This is where it feels like we should be setting this to, hey, just fit your content, right? Like, why this? You know? Maybe that keeps it over there, but form parent. we do that, will it hide the overflow on the X and only scroll on the Y? Maybe that's part of my issue. It would. Okay. Maybe we're onto something here. And then transit container does not grow. Just take the space you need. No. Maybe that's because the it starts out too narrow for it? I wonder. That should have more room. Just for funsies, let's take that out and see what happens. Just kind of observe. Try to wrap our heads around. Yeah, it's more than happy to push it right off the screen. So why? Again, just for science, let's say what happens if we make that just a little bigger in the split layout here? Yeah, it's still constraints to that, which I don't understand. Is it perhaps because, let me check, put you back. We know that you're not the answer. Tell you not to grow. What happens? Do you kind of just stay where you are? Wonder if that's just because it's a form and it has opinions on where it wants to be. Fill margin. No. Go look at form real quick and see. What if we did set a minimum 80% parent width on you? What if we set you to 100%? Kind of nothing. Nothing changes. If we set this statically to 400 display pixel, we can do that. And then everything kind of everything kind of works out. We would then need to make sure instead of this, we do the same here, I think. But you don't. Okay. What was it called? They were just talking about it. What if we do stretch? So that we get a little bit of breathing room. Closer. And then we would need to set this to grow. Okay, closer, but this gets pushed out of alignment there. And it's because that actually gets bigger. If we take that out, oops, not that. You. Maybe we just do that. Because things get worse if we try to mess with it more. Maybe that's just fine. Oh, I got messed up. Oh, it's because of that. Okay. I see. What if I did... Can I set like column proportions? That's a thing I could do in other UI, like React and stuff. Need to... Style... Styles grid. Columns. So how would I then omit? How would I put it into a column? So you can do it with a split. We did that. But I don't want it to be a split. We can add child. Maybe I want like a split that I can't like is fixed. Maybe that's a thing. Widgets. Splits. Hmm. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, let's do away with that. Let's do away with this and that. Can we instead do this and then say that I justify you to the end, and also that set your max to a quarter on the X, and you can be 100 on the Y. That's fine. Except for do that. Will that give me the layout that I'm looking for? Well, kind of. It's a start. You need to be more like maybe 40 for one. That's a little better. Not quite though. I think it's because this is actually not. It claims that it's that big, but it just doesn't seem like it, right? Let me get rid of that real quick. Get rid of this real quick. Let's do this. Let's go back to let's reset this form stuff. I'm happy with that change. That's part of the functionality. That's good. All of this is functionality. Let's reset you to where you were. This will also reset to where it was. This should get us back to the funky delete button, but I feel like we were closer to a cleaner solution here. Could be very wrong about that, but so that does that again. Okay, let's stop here for 1 second, and we're gonna do this because we got functionality mixed with UI changes in here. So we're gonna do this. Get the and chooser and spinner for DC connections. Get that up to the remote, and then we can focus on just getting this layout to a better state. I really think I don't want this to grow. So that gets us to there. Like, this is essentially the behavior that I want, except I want it to better fit its content. The form is set to grow, which it seems to completely ignore. So let's get rid of that then. If I was to do that, then the delete button get rid of that. That does need to grow because it needs to fill up the space there. So then we just need this to be bigger, but on a in a way that makes more sense, that is more deterministic than just YOLOing a fixed size, right? That's what I feel like I want. And maybe that's a silly thing to wish for, but if we inspect here, that's my header, that's this, frame 0. That is that. That seems okay, except for the fact that it's not big enough for its content. Perhaps we get the same sort of, to inspect again to refresh that, I think. We get the same sort of behavior with the tile, though, as well. In the tile, set selected tile. Okay, it just puts itself into the form parent, which should be this one. Almost like the form parent doesn't know how big it is. Or something is going on with like having it rebuild. Maybe now we update the frame. If we close that again and then we relaunch and we go to inspect this just as is, frame 2, like you grow to be, yeah. So why do things that get added to you not also get set to be large? And if we set this, it doesn't do anything for either, right? Let's just double check that the tiles also don't. No, they do. Tiles get a little better. These guys are still misbehaving, though. Okay, so let's leave that. And then um if we just give you a max, would that make sense? You can't do that because then it'll get resized. That will put us right back where we were, but if we put this back to grow, then this gets much better. Except for that little delete button. Hmm. What if we put this into not transit container, but the form? Am I allowed to do that? Didn't crash yet. Becomes very, very invisible. And it doesn't show up here at all. Okay, so I'm not allowed to do that. So let's back that out. Okay, what if we just abandon this? I liked it over there, but just get rid of that entirely. Is there like a form button concept? Like, there's a form button, but I don't want that. I want like a button that is associated with a form. And it kind of looks like no. That's also not what I want. And then I wouldn't be able to... If we do that, it's, you know, it says that it's taking up that whole space. But I wouldn't be able to then... I wouldn't be able to do this, right? Been down this path before. Right. Because even though you think, or you say that you think... Oh my gosh, click the right one. There we go. Claim to be this, but you're not. I guess maybe I'm being foolish. Maybe my... What if I do that? Well, that was weird. Kind of is the answer. But it is a little bit wonky. Very confused as to why you think that is 40% of your parent width if your parent is this. We'd need style playground. Does this actually work? I feel like last time I tried it, it didn't. On the outer frame. That doesn't really. That is deeply frustrating. And then this. Oh, grow accepts a float. Interesting. Grow elements absorb available space and thus are not subject to alignment. Is that... No, because we took out the... Took out the container. That back to 1, let's just say. Seems to break the playground. That's nice. Doesn't seem to do anything there. All right, this playground is janky and broken. Deeply frustrating. Let's see here. The button, okay, yeah, we get rid of the container. We're just gonna leave it there. We might revisit this later, but I'm kind of just spinning my wheels on a little bit of a polish thing, right? Which seems foolish. Unless I, ooh. What if I form container, this the parent frame, form parent, content or items. I think items and maybe that's why this feels it just feels wrong, right? And maybe that's because that didn't work. What if I say don't grow on the Y? Yeah, it was just maybe push them off the edge is what I was okay. Put that back. Maybe it's not here that I need to set this. Let's think here. That feels like that should be the right place. Let's go back here. I want to styles, layout. Yeah. Position. Column instead of row. Yeah. Alignment. Center all. That's not what we want. What if I wanted to... That worked over here in their examples, but oh, you know what? It's because they did content maybe instead of items. Not clear on which when to use which. I didn't know me anyway. Mm-hmm. And the form parent is the yeah, expect you, and let's see if that actually gets styles. Yeah, that's not interactive. It looks like it should be, but it's not. And their example here is set to grow, and I changed that, but it was set to 1, 0. It doesn't seem to care though. Is it because of the overflow? Let's take that out real quick just for a testy test and see. Nope. Still ignores me. Do that again. This won't help you, but I'm really productive while listening to you. Gotta go catch some sleep. Wishing you well. I don't know, an emoji got in the middle there. Sleep well. Enjoy. I'm glad that hanging out is productive for you. We'll see ya next time. Why? Styles end bottom / right of layout. What if I just went to the right? Can I do that? No, of course not. Makes sense, right? It wouldn't. Okay, we're going to leave this be for now. Is it because... Yeah, I know I just said that I was going to leave it alone, but... neither one of these seems to respect that. But... double check. If I expand you... Yeah, you're... Is it because you grow? Is it... Theoretically, maybe. Ah. Doesn't seem to do anything for that either, but it does get us over there. But I don't think that's what I want. I don't think that feels right either. All right. For realsies now, I'm going to leave that alone for a second. Let's just make sure. Only change we made is to take the delete button and put it into... Yeah, we removed it from the container. We don't need that anymore. And we removed the failed attempt to justify in a sane way. Okay. We can polish this later. We need to finish getting functionalities in place. Okay, so right now, if I'm not mistaken, nothing... This doesn't actually change anything when we use their choosers, right? So what we need to do is do a... on change. Well, no, actually I lied. No, yeah, that's right. On change. Get that page back open. Widgets. Oops. Widgets. Chooser. Unchained. There we go. Looks like we have current value access to that. So we would do update actually. botdc.skillID equals current item dot value. Ooh. Current items value. Value is the ID, which is the skill ID, which is a UUID. And then that. But we also probably need to do the same thing here for the spinner. And then if we do that, then theoretically, because we're putting these values into that, then everything should just work. So if we say reception, nope, broke it. And that's because this doesn't actually have it's nil. Close please. Thank you. There's no skill. There's no use DC. So we want to do that, or because we check tile real quick here. Oh yeah, game map came out out of internal because other things need to use it. Not map tile. Connect takes a pointer, does not nil check it. So we do expect there to be something there. And then we would do that in map. When we do a look, we would check not a look. Eventually we'll need a look, but it's because that's for character. That might need to move, but that's fine. It's definitely used in move. Right? Yeah, and character C exit. Yes, here we go. We nil check here. So we accept a nil. So let's just say over here, if it's nil, we make a new object for it. And I think, yeah, we'll do it here as well. And that should handle that panic, I hope. Yes. We didn't modify 2232. Because let's back up real quick here. We need to do the same thing here, but for the use skill. And the use DC struct here. Because right now this doesn't do anything. No panic. Good. Let's do, just because, this. And we'll say that. And then let's go double check. Where we apply. Select a connection. Select the transits rather. Apply transit form data to tile. So we connect spot DC. It's because, and I mentioned this and I just didn't do it. Because I'm silly. We need to go to connection. And we'll just set the updated flag here. Did I put that all in the same place? No, I should have though. There we go. That's better. Okay, now if I, oops, that's not what I wanted. This one. Now if I do this, one connection modified. So this is 4.3 to 5.3. Click off, click back. Yes. Good. And then none we need to fix. Let's just do this. And then over here, what we do is say if we're going to do and I think we can actually do this. And then we just nil that. And We'll also need to handle that in ooh, that's going to be problematic. Let's do this. We're going to put you first. Did I not copy? Go. We'll just do spot first. And then we'll like there's a lot of repetition going on here, but maybe we could do no, they have to be out here. Maybe they'll pull it out into a function, but then yeah, because the handlers are different, I think they just need to be like this. Actually, we could do we'll do that in a minute. Let's finish this first. So updated is true, updated is true. And then here, if up here we'll do if the no, we'll just do we'll just clear the value. And then here we do this even before. So you can't set this without having something set in there. Like you can change it, but it won't ever apply anything. So if I come in here and I go ba 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 ba, nothing modified. But if I come in here, one modified. If I make this none, one modified, it cleared it. Okay. And we need to do the same for using, but Can we we'd need to not sure we can really pull that out cleanly. Because they're different, right? So they apply to a skill, though. Maybe we can. Let's try. We can do... We set that. That's fine. So on changes... What we need is to... Which is a... Um... So we need a chooser. We need a spinner and a target DC. Right? And because it's a pointer, if we change it, then we should be good. This becomes chooser on change. Oh, we also need... Can I do a pointer to a bool? Let's find out. Don't know if that works. This is target DC. This is target DC. Choose a current item is empty skill text. Let's call this something else. We'll call this empty chooser, not even text. Empty chooser value. And then target DC is nil. Spinner set value to 0. Target DC skill ID is chooser current item dot value. Which works for both, yes. This is target DC.dc is equal to the int value of spinner.value. Spinner on change. If the chooser current item value is empty, then we return. But in, world. Keyboard has gone great. There we go. At target DC target DC is empty, and then target DC.dc is spinner value. Now, theoretically, if this is correct, I should be able to just say spot chooser, spot spinner, dot spot DC updated, specifically the address of. Let's see. Okay. One connection modified. This is 4.2.5.2. Oh, no. It did the one for the one that's still using the old. Did the use DC. Let's go back real quick here. It does recognize it as a change. It just doesn't actually write it. And that is because target DC so I need to dereference this, I think. If I do this and I just say that, ooh, nope. I am incorrect. Wonder if it's because I need... Yeah, no. I think it's because I don't ever... Like if this is nil, nothing ever unsets it from nil, right? Because it comes in here and it says, okay, well, this pointer you've given me is now this. I don't think that gets put back in to the actual update. Yeah, okay. I don't think we can really pull this out and generalize it. It's fine. We would have to give it the update and then we have the exact same problem of they're different, right? So what we're going to do is just come down here, do the same thing here where we move this up here. Do the same thing here for the spinner, where we say, hey, if the use chooser's current value is empty, then we return otherwise we do our updates. And then same thing here. You'd actually probably do this before. Want that after the updated though, because something did change, so we need to make sure we resync it. And if they change it back, whatever, it's fine. This is use chooser, use DC, use spinner. All right. This was 3.2 to 4.2. Go, click back, did save that. 3.2 to 4.2, click out, click in, did save that. If I set you to none, you clear that. I apply. Still good. Say none, I go meh. Then it clears that. Perfect. Okay. 3.2 to 4.2. Okay. Let's do that. Oop, I'm in the wrong window again. Wondering why I couldn't find my... It's fine. Okay. Now. Now that we've got this part squared away and looking better, for now anyway, we will add this to the room display as well. Let me double check actually. Yes, we display 32 to 22 is west. 22 to 32 is east. So when we set a selected tile, we also want to we want to set the selected connections as well. And there's a couple things that's going to break, but that's fine. But we also have 20 minutes left in the stream for today. And I think this is going to be a little bit of a bigger job. So maybe what we do instead is let's set the highlighting. Maybe that's an easy thing to do. And we'll do that by just, for now, tile widget, button. We'll do think we need to add a styler. Just take a look. Or can we just do and then could it possibly be just that easy? Nope. But we could do... Actually, we could do... that. Okay, we did a button down here. It's just background. But it's in the styler, so styles.background, probably, theoretically. Just gonna grab... make it yellow. Yeah, we want to do this. Think. And then we defer. But this needs to be... that. Ooh, actually... crap. That's why this didn't work, because we don't do... Let's just test this real quick in isolation. Because we returned from here before we deselect. Completely different steps. Silly me. That does work. Okay. It's just we need to handle deselecting it. And do it in a way that is sane. A button base. Could do is That calls clear selections as well, which is fine. We would just need to have tile widget. We would need to save somewhere the original, and we could do that in selected tile, I suppose. You are a what type are you? Just that image of style type. Then we could say we would need to do it in that, but this is not. This is the type sides image. Okay, yeah, because I was using a look. I was looking at a background color, not a not a border color. Slightly different creature. So we set that, and then we say can't do that. Kind of didn't think I'd be able to. But refer back over here to my style. Does it talk about borders? I don't think it does. But I probably just need to do a styler still. Um, I do that. Looks like it. And then in my maybe I shouldn't be doing this here. This needs to be eb dot not this though, but ooh, because this is already a what if I did instead? Let's get rid of this. This starts to get messy in a hurry, right? What if instead I did how do I set the state? It's probably abilities. Could do that. And then let's just see if that gets me what I want first real quick. It does. It's not the border, but that's fine. And then we just need to, on deselecting, set this to false. Ooh, no good. This needs to be if isn't nil. Selected, hit escape, deselected, selected, cancel, or rather just select a different thing. Ooh, no. Because the first thing we do... Well, the first thing we do is clear selections. That shouldn't be nil at that point. So why didn't that clear? That cleared. Ooh, I wonder if there's just a delay? Hmm. Cancel should just be... calling the same thing. It's button bar. And this should really not even be that. There you go. When we click on cancel, refresh selected tile, refresh selected connection, this calls update and then sets, which clears. And all of this clears out all of that. This will answer my question of whether or not it's running or not. So we select one. Clearing selected was fine. It just didn't actually clear. Cancel updates the button. This needs to call update. Okay. There we go. But this should be let's put this. Well, no. Hang on. You think here. Because the cancel button refreshes the selected tile. And then sets it. Yeah, I'm betting you. It's just a case, again, of it doesn't know that it needs to be updated yet. Here. Yeah. So what I should probably do is do and then and concerned about this changing things at an awkward time. If I take this out temporarily, oops, I didn't consume my new. And that still fires. Yeah, we'll see if it bites me. So we set selected, and then here, clear selected. I think we can override this selected behavior. But that'll be helpful. Okay, so On map tile buttons because we haven't done the connections yet, but that's fine. But that is going to be the end of today. So thanks everybody who swung through. Get out of there. I'd love to see you again if you got time, you know. Tomorrow we'll be doing the same thing, same time. Find the schedule down below on Twitch.